things that you can speak about this place, but there was one person that envisioned something that was impossible, and he made it happen. Now, all of these things that you are acquiring as the RCL are what we're going to need to create a desired future in a changing world. All the elders, your parents, your parents at home, they are not able to operate the smartphones or the DSTV remote. Now we even moved away from DSTV. We're using the small smart TV remotes. They can't move from Netflix to YouTube. They always call you. It says there's something that you have that you can use as a resource in a changing world. When they started to work, they bought TVs that were this big. When you work, you don't buy TVs. You buy the small projectors as small as this phone. You put it on top of your dining room table. You see a TV. You don't need a TV. A TV for what? You're going to be drilling walls. You are dilapidating the structure. That is our generation. But those skills are things that we then need for a changing world that we must envision. But what is this changing world? We live in what we call a VUCA world. I'm also an alumni of UJ, Prof. Unfortunately, I don't have an orange shirt. I could have put on an orange shirt. We live in a VUCA world. The V stands for volatile. The U stands for uncertain. The C stands for chaotic. The A stands for ambiguous. We're living in a world that is highly changing every minute. And the people who will get our society to survive in such a complex, not a complicated world. Our parents lived in a complicated world. They could put things together, but we are living in a complex world. Go and read the difference between complexity and complication. That is the world in which you need to lead in. So the RCL is a vehicle, one, that needs to give us these skills and competencies for us to be ready to take over this complex world, ever-changing world, that is changing very fast. And if we miss out on an opportunity, we are going to continue being a group of people on a continent that will continue to be undermined by other people in other nations of the world. Because as people create the future, because they understand the dynamics of a changing world, we are sleepy. When I finished at UJ, I worked at GIZ, the German Development Corporation. And I was privileged 1 year to go to Germany to attend this conference called Republica. It is a conference that brings all captains of industry, irrespective of the sector, in one room. You find musicians, politicians, climatologists, everyone. And the main purpose of those people being in that room is to think and create the future with different sectors that don't meet. You'll find a musician sitting next to a politician trying to find out how do we use culture to teach civic education. Because they understand that the young people today, they are dancing to Amapiano. We are losing out on an opportunity through Amapiano that every young person can sing to. But you listen to Amapiano, it's not the same songs that Abu Mam Miriam Makeba and Abu Brahima Sekela were singing that had content of nation building. So we are not innovative. And it is not the music composers of Amapianos, they're making music behind they are as young as you are. So the RCL is a vehicle that we need to utilize to create a future that we want. Now, a year after being to Germany, we went to Ghana to host Republica in Africa. Guess what was the difference that I observed? In Europe, people sit to design the future. In Africa, people sit to reflect on the past. I was there. There we were creating the future. I even met DJ Tira there. But he was not there to discuss. He was just there to play music here. When European musicians were sitting in places discussing the future of a nation, he was, we were sitting there at DJ. There's no problem. What's the problem? So, the RCL needs to be a platform that activates us to envision the future that we want to create. Now, before we start dreaming, we have challenges in our schools. We have substance abuse in our schools is rife. Yesterday I was sitting with one of the colleagues here, and when he started speaking about how his goddaughter, I guess there's a godson and a goddaughter, and a godfather, is into substance abuse, you could see his face. And I can only imagine, if today we have so many young people that are on substance abuse, what is going to be happening in this country in the next 20 years? If we have so much moral decay, what is going to be happening in this country in the next 20 years? If we have so much early unintended pregnancies, you heard GIZ kept, we are in partnership with GIZ and Department of Basic Education to activate RCLs on sexual reproductive health and rights project. We no longer call it teenage pregnancy, it's called early unintended pregnancy. The times are changing, I get. If we have so much of these, what will be happening in this country in the next 20 years? Mental wellness. So, we need to learn to make use of the platform that we are given to us, or the platform that is given to us now in our schools. Tomorrow, we'll be taking you to Soweto to see the route that our Hector Peterson walked, and you'll be in a bus tomorrow. We're going to Soweto. People are just excited that we're going to Soweto. No, we're going to show you a place which is the hub of youth agency of the whole world. By the way, on 16 June in the whole world, while we're celebrating Youth Month in South Africa, the whole world celebrates the Day of the African Child. So if you don't know, on the 16th June, the whole world celebrates not just youth agency, the agency of the child. Do you understand? Because the people that were in the forefront in 1976, some of them, they were in grade 8, 9, and 10. They were in standard 6, standard 7, and standard. Not the grade 12s and the grade 11s. So we need to create a desired future in a changing world as I conclude. Now, there's a place in the United States, they call it Silicon Valley. Do you know what is Silicon Valley? Do you have an idea what Silicon Valley is? Silicon Valley is a region in the Northern California that serves as a global center for high technology, innovation, and social media. Most of the things that we are using, Facebook, there's phones, all of them, there's a region in America where they put young people young. And the US government harnesses their energy and innovation so that the US can continue leading the world and creating the change. So the RCL in our schools should be the Silicon Valley of South Africa, through which we harness the innovation and the capacity and the agency of your guys as leaders to build the future that we want to see. And that is the only way that the RCL will be able to take us to where this continent needs to go in a changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my conclusion. We were all born to make manifest the glory of God. And when we let our light shine, we unconsciously give others the permission to do so. We often ask the question, who am I to be brilliant, to be beautiful, to be gorgeous? In fact, the question should be, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. And playing small does not serve the world. So you must go back and activate your peers, because this continent in the next 20 years rests on your shoulders. And the RCL is the biggest leadership school that this country has. Do not misuse that opportunity. Use it to the benefit of this country, continent, and its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Tsetse Tliane of Agape Youth Movement. A round of applause, please. Earlier on, I spoke and mentioned actually, thank you so much. Earlier on, I mentioned Uguti, he's everywhere, and I've got evidence and files. Remember, I'm a journalist. So I've got a picture of this day, probably 4 years ago. And I want to, 4 or 5 years ago, and I want to show you what we were busy with. He'll tell me what event it was and what we were doing, because I host many of these. Angisakhumbuli. And in terms of what to look forward to, lunch will be served. I know some came here for lunch vibes. It's it's okay. It's okay. So lunch will be served soon, but not without getting a perspective from the SRHR Africa Trust. They'll tell us what their expectations are for the conference. And if you are joining us online, thank you so much for joining us. Tell other people, resend that link on your social media platforms. Let them know what we are doing. Evidence. So that is, that's me over there. I used to be a 4 eyes. I ate a lot of carrots, so that improved my eyesight. That's Tete over there. There's so many people. We were taking a mega selfie when selfies weren't popular. I can't remember what event it was. Do you?
We were hosting the Tshwane Youth Leadership Talk in Pretoria, and that's Vutima Namela, the former deputy minister of DHED. Yeah, so thank you for taking us down memory lane.
This is today, probably what, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? 8 years ago. A round of applause, a round of applause. We thank you so much. We thank you so much for the role that you're playing in not only at Agape and your organization, but other places as well, other platforms. And this is not just a reflection of the work that you've done back then, but also just a promise of what is to come, not only from your organization, but from you guys as well. When you give a talk, it's almost like a sermon, right? It's almost like Melissa say, hallelujah, you know, because of the inspiration that you inspire, especially with among young people. So we thank you for that. A round of applause. I was given here a name, and I'm nervous to say I can't really read what the surname is because of the handwriting, but it's a representative from the SRHR Africa Trust. It is a 32-year-old NGO and network of activists, NGOs, as well as supporters. Mr. Jonathan?
Yeah. Thank you, MC. No surname. Surnames are patriarchal. Thank you. And I thought you were going to say I'm 32. I was so excited. I'm not 32. Folks, I was in school when your parents were young and not even thinking about you. I'm only here for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and then I'm going to hand over to someone who is young. You see at the back, Youthwise. A lot of you have been signing up. You'll see the stand at the back. Youthwise is a platform, and I won't talk about it. Tameka will. But I just want to talk about SAT, because SAT's the organization behind Youthwise. What does SAT stand for? Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, Africa Trust. So SRHR Africa Trust. We're an NGO. We're very old. We're 30 years old as an NGO. We work across Africa with young people, adolescents and young people up to about 24. And we work in health, adolescent leadership. We do advocacy for governments to change the law, to change policies, to protect you and to take you forward. We do youth-led health. We do youth-led research. We do CSE and information online. We do a number of other areas. And in particular, what we do is we connect young people with one another, with knowledge, and with experts, and with the future. So I hope you do sign up. Zameka is going to tell you more about that. But I wanted to ask you just a couple of questions before I go. So the first question is, are you RCLs? Yes. Are you part of communities? Yes. Are you South Africans? Yes. Are you citizens of Africa? Yes. Are you citizens of the globe? Yes. Ha. So if you are all of those things, then your issues are school conditions, curriculum, learning, teachers, conditions of learners, but they're also the issues of the globe, right? They're the issues of inequality, gender equality, climate, employment, human rights, LGBTI rights, youth rights, sexual harassment, GBV, social fragmentation, inequality, education, futures, who runs the world, old people or young people, those are your issues as well as school issues. And we hope that we can connect you with other people working in those areas and take the RCL mandate back to what it was originally intended to be, that you represent learners in their whole lives, not just what happens in schools. Right, it's enough from an old person. I'm handing over to a young person. Thank you for listening.
Hi guys, how are you? Guys, I know we're hungry. Well, you guys are probably not as hungry because you just had snacks. So how are you? Great. My name is Amega once again. We're here to expose you guys to a wonderful platform called Youthwise. So Youthwise is a digital platform to stay anonymous, and that allows you to speak about whatever issues without being afraid to be judged. The platform is a beautiful resource. It has endless information on SRHR Africa, SRHR content, sexually reproductive content. We have exciting competitions on the app. Okay, thanks. We run competitions. Thank you. And I don't have a loud voice, so I could have continued, but yeah. So during the RCL 2-day event, we'll be using the Youthwise app as a platform for you guys to engage. And not only for the next 2 days, but going forward, we want you guys to have as RCL members to share ideas. We know sometimes you get questions from young people. Hey, I'm struggling with a mental health issue. What can I do? We want you guys to know that the Youthwise app is a place for you guys to, send young people to engage and to be able to get information. We also be sharing more information such as life skills. There's so much going on in the Youthwise app, and we just want you guys to be the ambassadors to take it to your schools and assist young people. Because, apart from us speaking and engaging here, we want you guys to be equipped. When you go back to your schools, we want you to say, hey, this is what we got, this is the information we got, and this is a platform, you guys, that can benefit you. So this is what we are trying to do to equip you so you can go equip learners at your school. So some of you guys have downloaded the Youthwise app. This is a simple breakdown on how you can download the app, because we'll be doing surveys on the app, and we expect each and every one of you to participate, because we want to get to learn more about the challenges you guys face and what you expect from the schools and from the government. We just want to get a deeper understanding of young people, specifically for this RCL conference. So I don't know how many of you already downloaded the app. We shared the link with you last week when we had the conference meeting. And we also spoke to some of you guys at the stand to show you how to download the app. But I'm just going to take you through once again. So these are the steps. You go to your Google Play Store or App Store, and you download the Youthwise app. And on the app, you're going to fill in your details, and there's a part that says avatar. So that's a nickname that you need to create for yourself. So that's going to be your name on the app, so no one knows who you are. So you can express yourself freely. So yeah. And then apart from that, when you're done with the registering process, you're going to have to select We Ask You. So if you check on my right-hand side, there's our home, and then there's a We Ask You part. So you're going to select the We Ask You, and then option 2, you're going to choose RCL survey, and then you're going to answer all those questions and submit. And then the fun part, on the same spot, we have a section that says RCL competition. So because we are nice people, we didn't want you guys to go back with nothing. So we'll be running questions there. And we want you to explore the app and answer questions that are related to the app, and not just the app, but related to sexual reproductive health questions and some youth-related questions there. Not too many, not too hectic. And when you answer those questions, you get an opportunity to win amazing prizes. And the first prize, which we'll announce by the end of tomorrow, is a Samsung tablet. And the second prize, we have 3 Mr. Prize vouchers with a value of 1,500 Rand. For the drip, you know. And apart from that, we have KFC vouchers valued at 100 Rand each. And we have 20 of those. So, you know, that's quite a few, you know. So, we'll be asking the questions, and we already have our first question there. So, when you answer the questions on the app, you automatically stand a chance to win one of the prizes that I just mentioned. So please do participate, guys, and we look forward to sharing the nice goodies with you. And most importantly, please do download the app, not just for the conference, but to really help you navigate being youth. You know, it's complicated being youth. I'm not as young as you guys, but it's still, I'm still trying to figure it out. So I can imagine how complex it is for you. So please do download the YouthWise app so you can chat to other young people, share ideas, and, you know, just be free. So thank you. Please do come to us if you're struggling to download the app. And anyone, yes, for the KFC vouchers, I almost forgot. For the KFC vouchers, because we have 20 of those, we want you to take a picture of yourself using our, just come to our table, see? Look back. Yes, using one of those, take a picture of yourself and tag the YouthWise SA on our Facebook, and we're going to select our winners from there. So if you want to win that 100 Rand KFC voucher, you have to take a picture of yourself and tag us on Facebook. And then we're going to announce our winners before the end of tomorrow. So yeah, if you want to win all the prizes, you need to participate, answer the questions, and you stand a chance to win. I hope I was clear. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
May I please ask for that board picture thing, because I'm going home with something, and it's got to be that 100 Rands KFC voucher. Can I have the board in front, please, so I can take a picture? Thank you. I'll take it in a bit. I'm going home with something. I don't think they'll give me the cell phone, but maybe the voucher would do. Thank you so much. If you're still joining us online, you are, of course, still tuned into the 2024 RCL Conference. And so far, we've been dealing with issues related to youth leadership, how better to handle issues, not only school level, but getting perspectives as well from experts who are joining us and supporting us. We will be breaking for lunch soon. And just now, though, just to quickly remind you, hashtag RCL Young Leaders, hashtag RCL 2024 Conference. The whole point is to get other people who could not be here. Oh, thank you very much. Just one will do. Is this for the cell phone?
Yeah, it's for the...
A picture, please. Lunch has to wait for this because I want my lunch at home. Thank you. There we go. The whole point is to participate and have fun. All right, so let's see what else do we have. So after our lunch break, we will be continuing, of course, with the program, further looking into issues related to gender-based violence and how RCLs can be further incapacitated, but also supported from various projects. But also I'd like to let go of Professor Dassault, who was with us. Of course, she's the head of education at the University of Johannesburg. Can we please give her a standing ovation? Thank you so much for your time. It's an absolute honor to be in your presence. Thank you so much for the work that you do in the education space at the University of Johannesburg. And like Tete mentioned earlier on, it's a world-class facility. A lot of you, or some of you, will be at the University of Johannesburg, and you will just see what we're talking about. So thank you so much, Professor, for your time. I'd like to officially call it lunch. Let's be on time. We'll return at 2 p.m.
RCL ya barobelela. Harobe. Za 2024. Harobe. Oh ya barobelela. Alright. Action. How Gauteng ya barobelela. Harobe. Gauteng ya barobelela. Harobe. Empopo ya barobelela. Action. This is how to roba. Hore ya barobelela. Pumalanga ya barobelela. Ho ya barobelela. Harobe. Natala ya barobelela. Harobe. Natala ya barobelela. Harobe. Hauroba. Harobe. Hosi ya barobelela. Harobe. Free State ya barobelela. Harobe. Free State ya barobelela. Harobe. Western ya barobelela. Harobe. Hey ya barobelela. Hey ya barobelela. Harobe. RCL ya barobelela. Harobe. Hore ya barobelela. That's the spirit. RCL ya barobelela. Hore ya barobelela. Harobe. Amanda. Viva 2024 RCL, viva! Viva 2024 RCL, viva! Amanda! Away to agenda ya makapitale hasifu. Agenda ya makapitale. Moto wa mona mahaele moyet. Moto wa mona ma. Ho moto wa mona mahaele moyet apele. Moto wa mona ma. Ho moto wa mona ma. Leadership wayo. Mutu wa mona ma. Ho mutu wa mona ma. Ele. Mutu wa mona ma. Who left, good, right? Namasa. House. Who left, good, right? Namasa. Who left, good, right? Shake your body, guys. Who left, good, right? Namasa. Move, house, move, house, G, house, G, house, G, Thank you, Mr. PT.
Thank you so much. Let's settle in, let's settle in. And while we're settling in, can I please get the following people onto the stage? Mubarak, Kalana, Jessica. Is it also Tislin? Am I saying that right? Sorry? Can we get those on the podium, please? As that's good. Naile walk. Naile walk. Naile walk. We also have a representative from Nakosa. Not too sure of the name. Can we please get the representative from Nakosa to join us as Jelugutu Umubani, Utumengani. Welcome. One, two, 1, 2. All right. It's still day one of the 2024 RCL Conference brought to you by the Department of Basic Education and the many stakeholders, NGOs, companies that are in partnership with this very important conference. And of course, the most important people here are the different student reps who are in attendance, and that's you guys. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. So the next part of the conference is just reflecting in two panel discussions that are expected to unfold. I'll be, as you can see, spearheading the first one. And the first one is related to gender-based violence and issues in school, related issues as well, that include alcohol and even drug abuse. I had the pleasure of meeting a young learner who came up to me and said, you know, we need to discuss drug abuse and alcohol abuse as well. And I said, those two issues are intertwined. And we will be, of course, reflecting on that. But the second one, we'll be looking at how RCLs can be better supported with knowledge, with skills for an ever-changing world. So rest assured that you are going to be leaving today having learned various things and obviously having reflected on many of the issues that affect us. I would like us to start this part of the panel by standing up and saying her name. Let's stand up, please. Say it with your chest. Say her name. Uyinene Mkhwetyana. Thando Khoza.
Connected.
Zinhle Takane. Wandile Ngobo. Monique Jacobs. Karabo Mukwena. Anene Boyson. River Steenkamp. These are just some of the women who were killed at the hands of their partners, of strangers, people that they do not know. And that is the reality of the society
Disconnected.
that we are living in. As a young woman, and many of you are here, you come from
Connected.
communities. You come from communities where this reality is affecting schools. Just for the last 3 months alone, from 2023, that is last year, more than 1,000 women were killed at the hands of, like I said, partners and people that they didn't even know. And more than, I think it was 18,000 of them enduring abuse. It's a staggering number. It's a crippling number that is affecting the South African Police Service. They don't know what to do. It's even affecting the work of the Basic Education Department, and they are constantly trying to find ways of finding a solution. And you may sit down, please. And so it's important to reflect on this issue with a panel that is well-versed in this discussion. And I say well-versed because these are leaders, many of them are RCL presidents in their schools, but also representatives of civil society. I have Mubarak Abu Bakari, is that right? Yes. Thank you. Mubarak is from the Free State. Kalana Kevin. Kalala Kevin. Ukalala is from KZN. I definitely said this wrong. Was it Tislin? There's someone who's supposed to be from Northwest. Yes, and your name is? And Jessica Ngobeni from Gauteng. But also a representative from Nakasa is Anthony Ambrose. Sorry? Nakosa.
Disconnected.
Don't mind that girl from China. It's a very important topic, and that's why I haven't made a joke of it. But I want us to look at gender-based violence, and most of the time when it is spoken about, we hear from, the media, we see it on the headlines. It's often touched on when there's heat, and by that is, when there's outrage that this woman has been killed in my community. And that doesn't give us a chance to sit down and reflect and look at the challenges. And so maybe for this conversation, Anthony, I'm going to ask you to put it into perspective for us and define what gender-based violence is. Do we have another mic, please, for our panelists?
It's a tough question for after lunch, but we shall try. I think we should be serious about this issue in terms of the names that has been reflected as we mentioned those names. Is that girl child in my family, in my neighborhood, in my community, in my school? And we've seen it often that many of these GBV cases get unreported. It's not happening because schools don't report it. And schools don't take the responsibility of the child that's been affected in the school itself. So who are these perpetrators? Is it someone sitting next to me? Is it my brother leaders, or my sisters, my teacher, my educator, or my family, my father, etc., etc. The list goes on. So I think when you're looking at the programs that we as an ACOSA wants to address, is how do we keep the girl child safe in the school environment? How do we keep the girl child protected at home as well? With all of the programs that's addressing this issue, I still think there's not enough done amongst learner knowledge on the issue itself, the parents themselves, and then as well as the general society that's saying enough is enough, GBV is enough. And that's 1-2 case too many to put it as a starting point. But when you're saying, am I the one that's going to start to say, yes, I'm going to stand up and report it. I'm going to stand up and say, no is no. And that's where it starts from.
And sure, we're going to discuss that in a sec, but I just want everyone to read the room. This conversation is very important. I'm hearing chit-chatting, and we're having many conversations that shouldn't be happening right now. Thank you. Of course, it starts with each and every one of us. And I don't want us to have, you know, a high level conversation. I want it to be relatable and based on our experiences. Is this something that you have experienced in your school, where you've seen some sort of gender-based violence? There are various forms of it, and you reported it or didn't report it, and what was the reaction? Let's hear from Gauteng first. Oh, sorry, you are from Northwest. Let's hear from Northwest first, and then we'll go down.
Greetings, everyone. Now, you know, when I say this, I say it with my own experience, because I have been able to look at this issue in our community, in my school as well, and as the junior station commander. So the ACPS deals with a lot of these cases, but the problem in the schools is that some not reporting such things has become a norm, right? And especially in the school environment, where most learners don't even know what characterizes GBV, right? They think that it's only sexual assault which characterizes it. And we have seen such cases, and if they are reported, it is never followed through, or it is just cast aside. Especially in cases where the social norm, which shouldn't be happening, the case of boys will be boys, that is especially a reason that they use to excuse such behavior. And it is crippling us as the RCL representatives of these learners, because we take matters forward only for them not to be dealt with.
Sure.
Thank you.
And that relates to the stereotypes, right? That we are accustomed to, that we grow up in. Boys will be boys. Boys shouldn't cry. And so boys, in the bigger scheme of things, when it comes to the education of it, in terms of preventative measures, they often excluded from the conversation. Is that something that you identify with? That you think makes sense to you as well? Do you often feel like, as a young man, you're excluded from such conversations?
Good afternoon to everybody. Going to an all-boys school, we don't necessarily see the aggression every day, but you see the root cause of where the aggression is coming from when you hear the types of conversations that the boys are having. Whether it's conversations about a girl's appearance or this girl or that girl, whatever it is, these type of conversations, and when they get sexual, when they get aggressive, that's where it builds from. That's the starting point. And then when they're outside of school, where they're in contact with girls and they're in contact with women in the world, that's where you see they start aggressing against them. And that's where the violence comes from.
Sure. So let's talk about the culture of reporting, or the lack of doing that. Some people say, I'm not able to report something because nothing is done anyways. So I bring this issue to my teacher, for example. Teacher, I have a problem. This boy is harassing me in this way and that way. Or I witnessed a case where this girl was harassed by a boy and nothing is being done. And so that Calvin is, a culture where people don't want to report because nothing is done anyway. So, what's the point, right?
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jessica, as I was introduced. As the Gauteng RCL president, I feel like I should formally introduce you to, welcome you to Gauteng. So welcome to Gauteng.
Yes.
To answer that question, I would like to share my personal experience. So I'm glad I actually have this platform, because I've been in that situation where I reported something and nothing was done. And the reason behind it, well, I'll share it later. So this male learner was pursuing me, right? Yeah. He has these feelings and he's pursuing me, but it eventually built up to harassment. And I reported it and said, I do not like what's happening. This is harassment and something should be done about it. And the first answer that I got, the response that I got, is that there are too many protocols to observe. They're saying the investigation is taking a long time. The Department of Basic Education is slow regarding these. The investigations it's a long process, and teachers are just do not want to do that. They don't want to partake in the investigation processes and all of that. Attending cases, attending those meetings where you actually have to explain what's happening and what is the action that is going to respond to the situation. I also had a situation in my school where this male learner who is a homosexual was followed to the toilets and was abused by male learners in the school. And when I reported this, I followed up, called the parents of the learners, and just followed up on the principal. What are you saying about this? This is not normal. Something like this to happen and you are quiet as the management of the school is not normal. But now they're saying that, oh, there are other authorities that we are functioning under. And when we're reporting such incidents, the investigations take long. Oh, we were not there when it happened. Why would I just come up with this?
It's pretty interesting because the frustration and the red flags and the blocks, right, that you experienced on a school level are only a microcosm of what's happening, you know, at a bigger level, and that is in society, right? When a grown woman is going to the police station and wants to report a case, the same challenges that you faced are the same challenges that a woman of my age, for example, would be faced with. So firstly, I commend you for sharing your story because it's not easy. And I want to focus on that it takes a long time for a victim or a survivor of gender-based violence to report. You don't just wake up the next day or that moment, right, to report. In some cases, fortunately, you're able to. But you almost have to build up the strength to share what happened to you because you think that it is your fault. And so I want to explore that with you as a person who has shared that you are a survivor. What did it take to get to that point where you were like, okay, I have to share this with my superiors, and what did it feel like when you were rejected?
I took part in a lot of programs that emphasize, you know, GBV and all of that, speaking out, these programs that are encouraging young men and women to speak up about experiences that they go through. So this is now validating the fact that we need such education in our schools. We need education like this in communities so that more victims can speak out on what happened to them. And it's leading to my point saying that it was also there's a psychological aspect to what happened, because they're now saying that, oh no, the guy that was pursuing me had ADHD or had mental disorders. So the mental health was involved, and now I'm saying, oh, is it me? Or, I mean, am I not the victim? And is he the victim that he's not aware of what he's doing? There's no education, there's no one that is intervening and actually looking at the mental health of this learner and say, what are the values that are instilled in this male learner? Where is this male learner coming from? What is the community that he's raised in, the family that he's coming from? So it comes to you as a victim and saying, should you report this person or actually ask help for this person?
So the help may be there, but maybe a little shift in the way things are done. So I want to throw it back to Anthony before we reflect with him. But one would say the Department of Basic Education has done so much in trying to implement strategies, preventative methods and programs. We're seeing a lot of sponsored content on television by the Department of Education that looks at teenage pregnancy and the very issue that we're talking about, gender-based violence. Why is it not ringing? Why is it not clicking? There's almost like a disconnection between the programs that have been implemented and that are there and what's actually happening on the ground. You would think that over time, we'd be seeing a decrease, right, in the violence that's meted out on women, children. But it looks like we're not winning that war.
Thank you so much. I think when you're looking at schools as a safe space, so starting from that point, is the learner safe at school? There are policies, there are guidelines, there's standard operating procedures. that's been developed by the department together with partners such as NACOSA, but the implementation of it is failing. And I look at our school-based support team. Are they empowered and to go forth and say, yes, I have a school social worker to address it, to respond to, as Jessica has said, I reported it, nothing was done. But is that school empowered to say a capacitated school-based support team that has the necessary skills and competency? And it also starts necessarily with the school principal, the school governing body, which RCL members should be part of. So you have a voice there to say, yes, take up that space and say, in terms of GBV, what is happening in my school to respond to that issue. So the translation of policy needs to become action for every school on its own.
And which then leads me to my next question, and I want to put that to Mubarak. Ukuthi, how can then student leaders identify and address these issues? It's if it's overwhelming enough for authorities, for our teachers, and even principals, are you confident that you can come up with a program or something, an effort to bring about change in your school?
Well, ma'am, gender-based violence is a very interesting thing that we need to discuss. When you're discussing something like this that has such far-reaching impacts in society, you have to look at where it comes from. And as my colleague here said, oftentimes when gender-based violence takes place, they say it was probably at home. His parents probably did something to him. This hurt person has hurt somebody else. But everyone in here is a leader. Everyone in this room is the figurative cream of the crop of the country. Yet, I'm sure there are a lot of people in this very room that have scars on their backs. Because corporal punishment is still something that's being used within schools. Ma'am, there's a reason that young people are the ones that are going to school. It's because young people take up information like a sponge. They take up everything. So I feel like the moment you expose a young child to violence in a school setting from a teacher, then you're teaching that child a lesson in life. You're teaching them that there's not just two ways to deal with an issue in life, the right way and the wrong way. There's three ways: the right way, the wrong way, and the violent way.
Violence begets violence. And so if we're not only experiencing it at schools, we are experiencing it at home. And so many of us are coming from families and a structure in our homes where our fathers are beating up our moms, right? And we have experienced that and witnessed that over time. And because nothing was done in the setup of that family situation, right? Yes, the way you have family members looking the other way. No, Sisi, you shouldn't have said that. No, Mama, you shouldn't have spoken to him in that way. What does that do, Abuntle, to the young girl who's coming from a violent background like that?
Well, with young girls, what happens is when you come from a violent background, you should not forget that your family, your relationship with your family is a critical part of who you are. It develops you. They're the first people who teach you how to react to certain things and how to function in the world, right? So if you come from a background of toxicity, and they teach you that love is torture, that is what you're going to accept for your whole life, especially as a female child. So you come from home, specifically when it comes to fathers, right? The first relationship with a male that you're going to have as a girl child is with your father. And that relationship is what's going to set the standard for every other male relationship in your life.
But many of us are coming from even fatherless societies or families.
Yes, but then you still need something to associate love with, right? When it comes to those who come from fatherless families, most of them have a tendency of getting attached to people who aren't emotionally available for them because their fathers weren't there for them, right? While the ones who come from violent homes recognize violence as love. They start seeing it as a standard for love. So if they're not in a violent environment, they do not feel loved. And if I may, I want to come back to the part where you talked about implementation. The government does have policies, right? They're trying to implement them. The problem that I have realized with them is that the government is pigeonholing. You understand? They are pigeonholing. A strategy that you use in Penagare is not a strategy that you can use in Gaetso. Because they are different communities. People come from different backgrounds. We relate to each other differently. So that's the problem. The problem is trying to use one general solution for different backgrounds of people who are economically different, socially different. We cannot be doing that. What works in Northwest would not work in Gauteng. And what works in Eastern Cape will not work in Northwest. So we have to look at the background of our communities first, the background of the people that live there before you address a problem instead of pigeonholing it and thinking that one solution is a solution for everyone.
Sure. So a tailored approach, do you want to jump on that, Anthony?
I think the context specific, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there in terms of how do we address specific issues as per context, as per cultural perspectives. In the Eastern Cape, things are different. In KwaZulu-Natal, the importance of the male child overrides the importance of the girl child. So you got toxic behaviors in different cultures that can be addressed. But going back to I'm proud of what the youngsters the learners have said this afternoon, in terms of, how do we go back to the root causes of it, starting from the family, from society, but it ends up in the school, in terms of that. And teachers are not there to, provide a solution to every problem, It's society, the families, the school governing bodies, and the parents which need to come to the party and says, right, I want this school to be safe. So let's help to put systems in places in that school to make the school safe so that every learner comes to school for education outcomes, improved academic performance without all of these necessary challenges faced by GBV, etc. So I think when you're looking at the context, so RCL in KZN or in Eastern Cape and Gauteng need to say, okay, let's talk to cultural leaders. Take it to the table to them of saying, you are cultural leaders in different contexts. You have that kind of leadership and buy-in of your various sectors. We as learners have an issue with it, can speak to us as well. So I think to bring that buy-in is important, but it needs to also have, from a system strengthening point of view, various sectors coming to the party to address it as a collective. Not only RCL or education, but as a collective going to the table. Thank you.
Sure, I'd like to open the floor, please. If you have any questions, jot them down. I'll be just moving around in a bit. I just want to highlight that, we seem to have a good understanding of what gender-based violence is, the contributors, the contributing factors and so forth, and what the possible solutions are. But because it happens in a closed setting, behind closed doors, it's almost like a never-ending war. I wonder how do we open it up to be an issue that can be discussed without any shame, Kalala?
I believe when it comes to GBV, specifically for the victims, it's very difficult for them to come out and speak about their issues because of the way they're treated at home and the cultural differences within our society that make it feel like a woman shouldn't speak out when such things happen to her, or she should feel ashamed because that happened to her, because she lost something and it was taken away from her. What we then need to do as RCLs and in society in general, we need to make sure that women within our society feel comfortable enough to come out and speak about their issues. It's the stuff with the current way we're implementing things. When we look at the police and we look at teachers, and when we bring these issues to them and it's disregarded and it's tossed to the side, when we go to those factors and we make sure that they are able to help these people and they're willing to help these people, when we have that motivation and that buy-in from those groups as well, we'll find that within our society, our women and our young girls will be able to feel safe enough to come out. And if they feel safe enough to come out, the abusers themselves will see that abusers are getting dealt with. And when they
learners and learner leaders of your level create a space, a safe space for people to report, especially as somebody who's gone through it. One of the things I could think about is, what do they call it, like an anonymous box where maybe someone can write a letter and put it in there, but might not be safe. Maybe it can be tampered with. What are some of the ideas that we can toy around to look at making our schools safer and creating a safe space for victims of gender-based violence?
Before we get to the solution, you're mentioning the stakeholders that can implement the solutions, and those are student leaders, right? So now it brings us to the concern that we were having a conversation on the ground with other presidents of other provinces, and we were talking about the functionality of the RCL, meaning that the RCL, before it supports prevention of gender-based violence, it also needs support. So without support from the government, without support from the school management, the RCL cannot function. The RCL cannot support that prevention of school-related gender-based violence. So it's impossible for us to talk about this issue without connecting it to another issue, which is the functionality of the RCL. Once we fix that, once we have a proper conduct inside the RCL, have a proper constitution that guides, that protects the RCL can now have confidence. The RCL, if it's integrated in the school management, and we don't have to struggle to talk to school management, then we can start implementing the solutions, right? The girls' empowerment movement that was implemented by the Minister of Basic Education in 2003, they have a theory that the culture that is adopted or the socialization that is adopted outside of school eventually falls into school. So when the levels of violence in our communities increase, this leads to a gradual increase in the violence in schools, right? You mentioned that there is a disconnection between the programs and the initiatives that are done by the Department of Basic Education and the ground, right? So it's an uncomfortable conversation, but we still have a long way to go because there are strong foundations that have been laid by different cultural beliefs that are based on gender equality, gender roles, and all of those things. And we have to disintegrate that strong foundation, meaning we have to go to each and every single community, right? My colleague mentioned that we cannot have a policy that is one size fits all for all of the communities that we have in South Africa, or all of the provinces that we have in South Africa. So once we get the basics right inside the RCL structure, Tete said I should go easy, but these are issues that we have to talk about before we actually talk about the implementation that can be done by the RCL.
And so what I'm hearing from you is, looking at the structure of the RCL and empowering you guys to deal with such issues, going out to communities, and what else? And we can give that to Mubarak.
I think going out to communities is a big thing, but again, as you said earlier, some of the department's own systems that are in place are working against the learners to report gender-based violence. We need to go back into the system and make sure that there's redundancies in place, so that if you report gender-based violence to this person, it has to be put through. It has to go through to the people who need to hear it. And I feel something like this. If you're in a community where violence is taken lightly, every single time a violent action is committed, people can easily look at the other way. We're in
and that's the setting, right? That's the background and the backdrop that we have set. We've already established that it's a problem in society, it's a reflection, it's a mirror of what's the violent communities that we are coming from. right? And we have programs championed by the Department of Basic Education that are there and that look good on paper, as she says, right? A lot of projects also by the police, you know, incorporating, working with students, working with community members as well. But what I want to know is, in your capacity as a leader, what do you think you can do?
It's so hard to answer that, considering that for the RCL to act, we need to be backed by the teachers.
Okay.
We need their input. We need their help. Now, you get situations where, who do you report to when the person in power is the one who is committing the gender-based violence? Who are we as RCL members to go if the principal or the life orientation teacher himself is committing this gender-based violence? Who do we go to? I'm sure there isn't a single RCL member here that can tell us that. We need to know, everyone in this room needs to know, I can call this number and I can report above his head. I can call this number and I can make sure that action takes place. That's what we as RCL members can do. We need to be given the tools to help anybody who needs something to be reported.
Kalala is dying to jump in. Sure.
I think it's very important to understand that as RCLs, we're there to be the leaders of these students, and how we can then help them is if within our schools and within our communities, we form a sibling type relationship with our students. If we think about RCLs in matrics or grade 11s, 10s, 9s, when those new grade 8s come in, instead of what's common in South African schools where we orientation, you're the bottom of the barrel, you're being bullied or whatever it is, form a bond there. Form a connection with those students. Because when that connection is formed, and it's by trusted older children, the RCLs that we have here, these are children who are there, they're leaders, they're known to be good people. If we form those trusted bonds with those students, it makes it easier for those younger learners to come and report it to their big brother or their big sister, because they know that there's a bond there, there's a love there. And then even if the teachers don't take it up the right way, even if the teachers reject the situation because there isn't that bond between the students and the teachers, your big brother or your big sister will help you when you're going to report to the police.
Okay, I like that. Also, maybe it can be established cross schools as well. So a big brother and big sister from another school, and maybe that could solve your issue where you feel like you know, you're not going to get the solutions or the reaction that you need from officials from your particular school. I think they've said a lot, so I want to jump back to you, Anthony, before. No, so she wanted to say something. You can say that, and then we'll jump back to Anthony.
Now, you know, you asked how can we make it easier for victims to report. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but when something becomes a norm, it's easier for it to be done, isn't it? So we do talk about GBV. We talk about the preventative measures. We talk about it a lot. But are we really talking about it enough, is the question. Or do we wait for conference rooms to talk about it? Do we wait for press conferences to talk about it? Because, you know, talking about something enough, making it a norm to talk about something, makes it easier for a victim to also talk about it. Because there is no shame in talking about it. Because at the moment we're in this conference room right now, but is it still going to talk about, is it still going to be talked about after we leave here? It might end right here. So we need to make it a norm to talk about these things, to make it better for the victims to come forward. Because if it's not something that's estranged to them, they can better relate to talking about it, and they can realize that it is not normal. We should make it a norm for them to see that such things are not normal. Whereas we are not talking about it enough at this moment. Today we are only talking about it because we are in this conference room. If we weren't here, would we be talking about it?
Good point. Let's hear your thoughts, Anthony, while I move around. Roving mic questions?
It's tough to speak with these learners, but I'm super proud of them. I think they've got some good solutions. And the best part is that we need to listen to them in terms of it and do something about it. They've mentioned the resources. That's our word. So if you're looking at what are the resources to address these issues, do we have it in our school? What are the reporting mechanisms do we have in the school? Is it working? Is it not working? What are the relationships we had with the various service providers, stakeholders who are dealing with the issue? Are they coming to the party? So resources, relationships, you need to build that network, that caring network. There are people out there who do care for you as learners. You need to reach out to them and say, this is the issue at school. So do not feel alone as learners. Do not feel alone as RCL to say, we don't know what to do, we don't know how to report it. Make sure you report every incident to SAPS. You may not be popular in your school, but just do it in terms of that. You have that support. So have that support mechanism in place. And RCL, I think you are leaders in your own right. You have the mandate. You've been selected, you've been chosen to lead and lead with these issues where you can, and you have that possibility to make it happen. Yeah. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Sure. Taking some of your questions and comments on social media if you are streaming. Of course, you can post that on social media as well. I think it's Facebook as well as YouTube. If you are joining us, you can pop your question there and just hashtag us. I'll pick up around 4 questions through social media. But we're still talking about the issue of gender-based violence and getting perspectives from young leaders as well. Please introduce yourself and tell us what your question is. Please stand up for me. You can stand over here.
Good evening to the house at large. My name is Baswabile Matiatao and I'm from Northwest. This question is for Buntle Motatsa. You raised a point about the implementation of a single solution to various problems of various provinces, various schools, and etc. What do you think the DBE can do to resolve this issue? Because clearly, their current way of solving this issue is ineffective, hence your concern. That's my first question. And the last one, it's for Jessica. So it's basically general. Jessica, I really weep with you because on my last conference at Mafike in Northwest, for the role play of the SGB elections, the IGSS mentioned that there's gonna be an initial and continuous training. But my question is, where are they now? Because I've been the RCL and a member of SGB for more than 4 years, but I was never trained to be that. After how many years are we trained? Where is this training actually?
That's a good question. Perhaps let's start with the latter question about training and the importance of training. And then I'll move around. Any more questions that side? Noted, noted, noted. I'll be back. Please stand up, introduce yourself. 1 question each person, please.
Okay. A greeting to the house at large. Standing before you is Emmanuel from Gauteng. Now, I have a question for the first presidential delegate. I'm sorry, but I forgot your name. But since you mentioned who a victim or witness of gender-based violence can contact, there are a multitude of sites and websites and numbers that victims can call. What about the actual interests from the people, right? I have seen many organizations form in order to counter these strategies or these implementations, but the community lacks knowledge. They lack the involvement and of these types of initiatives. Like, if you go to townships, they actually think a person who does these types of initiatives is actually I don't want to say stupid, but they do say it's stupid. They just passed it. You can put many billboard borders as much as you want, but the community lacks the involvement and the knowledge of these things. So how can you actually counter that? Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps let's start with answering the question about training or the lack of training. I'm not too sure. I think it was directed to Jessica. Do you have a mic with you? There we go.
Am I on? Okay. The questions that are directed to us are the questions RCL. So those are it's validating the point that I was raising earlier in the panel discussion, that there's no functionality in the RCL. It's tokenistic.
No, you can complete the sentence. I was just giving an indication. Go
Okay.
ahead.
It's tokenistic, right? There are guides that are given to us, that these are the guides that are going to guide us in terms of how we do our RCL things, but they're telling us what to do, and they're not guiding us in terms of you can do what you want as a leader. We're just here to support you. We're here just to push their own mandate.
So there is a strong need for
against gender-based violence are being stigmatized by their neighbors and their own community. Can you believe that? He said the RCL has no access to the information. The information is out there. There are sites where you can get information on where to report gender-based violence. The information is there. So my question, I'm answering your question with a question. Is it not the department's duty to put that information in our hands? Where is it? We want it. We want this information. They must print us out leaflets now. They must print us booklets that we can take back to our districts, our circuits, our schools, and we can show them, look guys, this is what you do when gender-based violence is reported. This here is the protocol that you follow. That's what I have to say. The department must do its job.
Sure. So Mubarak, sure. Mubarak asking for a Bible to be printed out, right? That gives you the norms and standards, the protocol that all the leaders can refer to for various situations. We have another question here.
All right, good afternoon. Ramasela here, Free State. My question goes to the rest of you. I mean, I think Bontle can take it, or somebody from DBE. We've been discussing these issues, specifically with the gender-based violence, right? We know the powers that our RCL have at the national level. My question is specific. What are you guys going to do now that you know that the department is acting the way it's acting, the principals and everybody is acting the way it's acting? With the exposure that you have at the national level now, what do you as RCL members, because we know at the youth of 1976 what they did, what are you guys going to do? Thank you.
Sure.
Ma'am,
Do you think that is a fair question to ask?
Ma'am, before that, can I please answer the Northwest Deputy Secretary's question, which he posed first?
You can go ahead.
He asked, because we're saying that the department is pigeonholing when it comes to implementations, what can they do better so that they avoid pigeonholing problems? Now, what the department needs to do to identify problems specifically within the specific inclines of communities, what they need to do is be proactive with it. Because the policies that are made to be implemented are made in cooped up offices with ACs, whereas the community that they're making those policies for doesn't have that. So what they need to do is have a more proactive approach to it. Talk to the people of those communities. Communicate with them. See what is best fit for them. Instead of just sitting in an office and making laws that are not going to be adjustable to their conditions.
All right. Name and what's your question?
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Mihlemboni Swa. And my question is that given that gender-based violence is an internal factor happening in few households in the communities, yet in the communities we are having a problem that the dominant mindset is that gender-based violence is an internal factor, not affecting anyone externally. Therefore, you need not to get involved in something that does not occur in your household. Now, how can we change the mentality of the communities in terms of saying they must stop having the mentality that no, gender-based violence is a factor from that household, therefore they only need to fix their problems. We need not to get involved.
Do we have any takers on that? I'll just take one more question and then I'll have to watch the clock. No, we have one, please. Please, let's have one. Let's have discipline.
Ma'am, can I please answer the one that was just asked right now? So we're talking about the community trying to avoid. Let's not forget that that mentality is their opinion, it's not a fact. And we must stop acting on our opinions and instead do what is right. What you believe as an opinion is not always the law, it's not always right. So instead, we should encourage the people of our country, of our communities to act within the bounds of the law, not within their own opinions. And they should also understand, we should also create a platform in which they are able to relate to the victims so that they better understand what they're going through.
My name is Brighton Dikhetu from Northern Cape. I have a question to the president of Gauteng. So here's my question. As a presiding officer, what services and support, what resources and support services do you provide for students experiencing GBV at your school as a presiding officer?
I would just like to answer first answer.
Let's answer this question and then we'll continue.
That's a good question because as peers, we also adopt other ideas that are used in other schools, right? So we have venting boxes. That's one thing that we have. I don't know if you're aware of the venting boxes. These are boxes that are placed in corners of the school and they are locked, and each and every learner that is facing gender-based violence or that's facing any other issue, right, they can write anonymously or they can also write their names and talk about what they're saying if they're not comfortable with opening up. We have tried to implement psychological support by inviting social workers. We have invited therapists that are in this office and they're communicating with the LO teacher, which would be obvious, right? So this social worker or this therapist now communicates with learners that are facing violence at their homes. We also have issues with homosexuality in our school. So homosexuals are being abused. They are facing, criticism and all of those things. They're facing bullying. So we have that little corner for them. And we also tried to enforce extra mural activities because sometimes it gets your mind off of things, right? We're not pushing the issue aside, but we're saying learners should be participating in sports and all of this thing, trying to increase the sports that we have at schools so that they don't respond negatively to the environment that are at home, right? So as the RCL, we are trying to create a conducive environment because positive socialization is important for the learners not to be negatively affected by the environment at home.
I would like to answer the question posed as to what we as the National Council of RCL are going to do to ensure that action takes place. The first thing that I want to say is every single person in this room is a leader. Whether you're your district secretary, you hold a position on the district level, on the national level, every single person here is a leader. So I ask some of you, this is the most important question of this conference. I ask some of you, didn't you feel guilty when you came here having not implemented a single thing in your own home district and circuit? That is a disservice to the constituents who put pen to paper to put you here. And the answer that we as the National Council have is that we are going to hold every single one of you accountable. We want reports. We want to know what you did in your school. We want to know how you're managing the people at a circuit level. Because if you're a district secretary, it doesn't mean you wait for the provincial secretary to give you a pack of paper and say, hey, go and do this, go here, go there. It means that under you, there's a circuit level. And it's your duty to make sure that each and every single person is working at their full capacity to make sure action takes place. We're going to hold all of you accountable.
I am going to park that because I see we do have feedback, especially from that side. So I'm parking that for now because we have a comment from above.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Is Dingan here from the Free State. I just would like to just put some things into perspective. In the Department of Education, we have an act referred to as the South African Schools Act, Act number 84 of 1996. And this act indicates clearly in terms of the school governance where the RCLs are expected to take part. And it also indicates that the policies that are there at the school, they are developed by the SGB, which the RCL is part thereof. Now that they are commencing with the new term, each and every time the new SGB is elected, they have to revise so as to update the existing policy in line with the times as they are changing. I'm saying this now informed by the voice that the RCL needs to have within the SGB, which is governing the school in terms of the policies, where the actual policies emanate from. And the RCL would never be able to can be integrated within the SMT because the SMT are appointed, the SGBs are elected. And the RCL needs, as the name indicates, representative council of learners. At the school in the Free State, we elect the RCL as representatives of from classes in grades, grade 8, grade 9, grade 10, 11, 12. And they formulate the RCL at that particular school. And they elect a president and the executive committee. And whenever they have challenges, they have to forward those challenges to their class reps who ultimately take them to the RCL in total. If ever there is a challenge with the LO teacher, with the principal in terms of GBV. We talk about GBV now within the environment of education, not outside in the location, but within the environment of education. But the learners are allowed to can talk to the teacher who the learner feels comfortable with. And when investigations happen, then it would be found out why the protocol was not followed to the latter. And lastly, we also have the school-based support team that deals with these challenges that the learners are experiencing. And within the school-based support team, educators are trained in terms of handling issues like these that are emanating here. Thank you.
So at the back of that question, and I'm just wrapping up comments and questions here, is what we're hearing is a call for a deeper integration. I know you've explained why the two bodies would have to stand independently, so forth, but the learners are almost asking for a deeper interaction between the two so that they are more empowered to deal with societal issues that trickle down to schools. So, is that even possible? And You know, is it something that cannot be achieved because of the reasons that Ubaba Dingan has listed? And I think those are conversations that would have to be explored as the conference continues. But I just want to keep time, because this is not the only conversation that we are expected to have today. Like I mentioned earlier on, that we have a second panel and conversation that is expected to unfold now, that is looking into the issues related to RCLs being supported. And that's the conversation in which those questions will be better explored. I do want to keep time. I really do want to keep time. So let's switch it up a bit and have the representatives who will be in the second panel to be in front. Thank you so much for your time, leaders. If you know that you are in the second session, please come through. And that was a beautiful conversation, man. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I do this on a daily basis. I could facilitate conversations in my sleep, but honestly speaking, it's different when I'm facilitating a panel of young people, because that is where the truth comes out, right? No one is trying to manage expectations and play politics. It's really about what young people are feeling. The second session is not going to be facilitated by me, and I'll allow the facilitator of that one to introduce themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Busi. Good afternoon, leaders. Good afternoon. Oh, wow. Good afternoon, leaders. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Good. Okay, so I wasn't meant to be here today, but Busi was like, I'm tired, I've just been talking, and I think these kids are really tired of my voice. I think we're supposed to be joined by, I think one of the people from the, if I'm not mistaken, the SGP associations, or the South African Principals Associations. Yeah? One of those people. I see Mr. DeVette is standing up. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Hi guys, how are you? Good. All right. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. Guys, just use this there, please. And then, thank you. Okay, so we've got Mr. DeVette and Ms. Hlahle, who are the treasurer and the president of SAPA, respectively. That's the South African Principals Associations, right? So we actually have, these are headmasters or headmaster and headmistresses alike, of schools. So these are principals, these are champions of schools. And I think just to run an excellent school takes more than just one school head. It takes a school head, and it takes, I think, a great team of school management. Then you've got your deputies, and then you've got your HODs, and on top of that, you've got like the other, sort of subject heads and other educators and the like, and so on. But I think also, most importantly, in order for one to run a successful school, I think as the two individuals continue to do,
we sort of then get to understand that that needs to come with a particular type of leadership. And that type of leadership then sort of is defined by how well you sort of represent the ethos of an organization, the ethos of, the school, the ethos of the greater community, like the people in the previous panel just spoke about. And here we're going to talk about supporting RCLs with the knowledge and skills for an ever-changing world. I'm going to give each of you, I think just a 1 minute opening statement, just to introduce yourselves. Just tell us who you are, where you come from, what is it that you stand for, and I think just as an RCL, who it is that you are. Okay, and then we'll just also give over to the Principals Association. Thank you. Yep.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Justin Odia, the chairperson of the Western Cape RCL. As the chairperson of the Western Cape RCL, I'd like to not stand as myself, but as the collective of the Western Cape, as that's who I'm here to represent. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for the collective good of my province. So what I stand for is ensuring that every school in the Western Cape has the same ability to succeed, and that everybody receives the same education. And unfortunately, we don't see that, especially in special needs schools, where we look down at them for some reason. Meanwhile, they are just like us. And I think that is really something that we need to look into working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Taislan Olain, representing the Northern Cape Province as their chairperson. Okay. So I'm not going to, let me just get straight to, because I have a lot of my mind and so on. I'm here representing Northern Cape, and we are leaders. So that's what we are here for. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to start do my job now. Okay. I'm excited to share my thoughts on the support that the RCLs get from the Department of Basic Education and other stakeholders. As we reflect on what we heard previously on by the previous speakers, the support was not so much, but in between poor and average. So firstly, I want to emphasize the importance of upskilling. As RCLs, we need to stay updated with the latest skills to remain relevant in all the different directions to change the world. But if we don't have that support, which should come from the Department of Basic Education and the other stakeholders involved, how will we be able to make a change in the world? Not even to address GBV, but how will we be able to do those things? Secondly, the capacity to building is crucial. We need training and development programs that enhance our capacity to address emerging challenges. So as I'm here as a provincial chairperson, I haven't been trained to do that job. I haven't been given anything on that. So I'm just doing my best here. It's like I'm expressing my own leadership skills. But how is the Department of Education supposed to put me in this position, but they are not aligning me with what to do according to them? So basically, when something's wrong with me, I'm going to put it all on them, because according to paper, they put me on this, but they didn't give me my duty. They didn't train me to do this. What I'm doing here is trying to get them to do what I am doing now, which is doing my job, and that is to get training. So let me just...
Okay, pause there
thanks,
for now.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Gaislin. Thank you. Over to you.
Afternoon, everyone. Speaking is Onako Komsana, the president of the Eastern Cape. I stand for equality. I stand for a diverse curriculum that will help each and every learner, because I believe that in a school environment, we're all different. We come from different backgrounds. We have different identities. It's only normal that we have different interests. So I stand for that the school must support the RCL to help the children that prefer to do things by their hands. I don't want I don't want schools to only focus on the theory part of teaching and learning, but rather also the practical side and also the oral side every side should be implemented on the schools. In ELO, we are taught about different learning styles. So I don't see a reason why we're taught about these learning styles if we're not going to embrace them and implement them in our schools. So more or less, that's what I stand for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this blessed opportunity. Standing, here in front of you is Kagiso Khatle, the newly elected provincial chairperson for Mpumalanga province. And I'm also the Secretary General for Nkangala district. I'm also the Secretary General for Mametake Seket and Secretary General for Mabote Senior Secondary School. In Page village, well, you wouldn't know that, just a dusty place. So, but I don't only I do not only stand here, in fact, in front of you as one of the portfolio bearers, but I stand in front of you as the current founder and chief director of Kagiso Khatle Foundation, which is a non-profit organization that I have established last year in 2023 in July, with the focus or the aim of providing a platform for the engagement between the youth, experts, and stakeholders. So my fellow counterpart has mentioned that everyone will be held accountable, but fortunately for me, I will not be held accountable. I have done something so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Greetings in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. I am Raymond Sianero. Before I am the president of the province, I'm a born-again Christian. I am the president of Vienna Combined School. I am the president of Potgieterstres Seket, and I'm also the president of Mogalakwena district. When I heard about the topic, equipping learners with skills and knowledge for a changing world, I was very enticed and I was like, this is what I needed. Now, as you all know that the human mind is it's limited. And I was, what's this word? I had the opportunity to, I had the privilege of being taught about technology a little bit before I came here. My district directors taught me if there's anything that you want to do well, use the modern technology. If you feel like you want to say something and it doesn't make sense, reference to the technology, because you know that our minds are limited. So I went to AI and I found this. I took every part of the topic, and I had a definition of how I can define it, but I wanted a very specific definition so that we can all be here know what it means. So these are the words that I took out from the theme. Number one is equip. It says supply with the necessary items for a particular purpose. Now this is what we are here for. We are here for to be supplied with. We are not here to supply. Number two is skill. It says the ability to do something well. It does not say the ability to do something. That is energy. Where are my science learners in this class? Yeah. Number three is knowledge. It says facts, information, and skills acquired through experience. Ne? So you and I, the learners, we don't have experience, so we don't have the knowledge. Number four is change. It says an act or process which something becomes different. We are here to become different. We are here to make a change. We are here to be transformed. So in that theme that we were given, we are all here to make sure that all these words that I've just spoken out to you are being made clear to us. All of us, when we're going to leave this room and leave the conference, will all be having the skills. If not, we would not have done what we came here for. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Julia Hlahle. I am the principal of Moriting Primary School in Tembisa and the deputy principal of Tembisa Principals Forum and the president of Gauteng South African Principals Association. And I am here representing our president, Grant Buckler, who is the president of SAPA Gauteng, SAPA Principals Association, who could not be here today. So we are here today to give support to our learners. We know that we are living in the world that is increasingly becoming a digital world. And we also want to see our learners playing a very important role in there, not just for them to become digital natives, but also to become digital citizens, to support them so that they know that in playing in that world, they are behaving in a way that they can leave a footprint that the society can mirror itself on it. But not only focusing on the digital literacy, but also saying that we need to go back to the basics. We need to bring back the values in our schools. Our schools need to be value-driven schools, because without values, we will not have effective and efficient schools. So as principals, our responsibility, it is not to come up with policies, but to implement. We are implementers of policies. Earlier on, one gentleman spoke about the South African School Act. It is our responsibility as principal to work within the frameworks of the legislation. And as we work through those legislation, we need to ensure that always we comply. Because the moment we step out, then we become accountable. So I am looking forward to this interaction with the learners and ready to answer any question that would like, that will be actually needing me as a principal to respond to and on how we can support our learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and learners. My name is Willie de Wet. I'm the principal of Roosevelt High School and the treasurer of SAPA. I must say I concur with our esteemed president have said, and she has actually just confirmed that she will please answer the difficult questions. I will do the easier ones. I want to confirm that as SAPA, one of our aims is to actually empower principals with specific emphasis on newly appointed principals, because I know as a principal you get an office key and that's that. Now we want to steer way ahead from that, and we would like to empower principals with knowledge. What Mrs. Lally said about when education is happening is absolutely true. I want to add one more thing. Without discipline, there is no education. Therefore, Roosevelt High School, my school, is a school of 2,000 kids. More than half of my kids come from Soweto and underperforming primary schools. But in my school, we are known for two things at the district: good and strict discipline and 100% pass rate for everybody. So it is possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In fact, I just want to start with SAPA because I think these are areas of best practice that I want to get into, particularly to you, Mr. de Wet, because I think you're running a very fantastic institution. I'm a big fan and friend of Roosevelt. I think my big question here is particularly with regards to, because I think there is no way in which one can actually get discipline correct, number one, but number two, the spearheading of a good institution holistically, and I think the becoming of great school leaders in that regard, who, in your learners and so on. how do you then, how does one dress holistic learner leadership development or holistic learner leader development? As you heard, I think it was Mr. Olaine from the Northern Cape who spoke about how, I mean, we're just here to, we want to be taught, we want to be given the tools, we need to know what to do, etc. How do we create holistic learner, how do we dress it, holistic learner leader development?
Well, every knife in life cuts two sides. And of course, it's the responsibility of the principal and or his deputy principal to empower the RCL. But my question to the learner would be, what did you do so far? Did you actually, and I can promise you, young man, the following. After this conference, when the schools open, if you go to your principal, make a formal appointment with his assistant, you go to the principal, you tell him what you have learned, you ask him for guidance. I'm telling you, every principal will do that. If he can't do that, he will point you into the correct direction. There must be a deputy principal for HOD that can advise and assist with that. Furthermore, you need to be persistent, because obviously your request is not on the top of the list of the principal's things to do. He wants to do it, but there's many responsibilities. So if you don't come back to you immediately, ask again. There's no harm in that. And he will see that you are serious and you really need the information. And then I'm actually going to throw the ball right back to you. Yeah. You guys are so tech savvy and tech everything. Have you just Googled what is the responsibilities of a school leader? There's a list of things. There's videos on YouTube that can empower you. There's books to be read. There is examples that you can follow in your school. There's teachers that can be asked. So I say, do take the first step, and that will bear great fruit in the end of the day. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think you did. Thank you very much. There was a gentleman earlier on, and I think any of the children, any of the leaders rather, can answer. There's a gentleman from the Free State earlier on who spoke about the SBSTs, the school-based support teams. Would you guys know what that is? Do you know the functionality of an SBST is? Do you know what an SBST is?
I don't think the learners will actually know that.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I think would you please just take them through what an SBST is, perhaps, because I think this comes off of the bat of the first sort of panel that discussed how do we look at the issue of violence. I mean, what happens when you've got learner versus learner abuse type of thing? What really is SBST? And I think what are the protocols, especially where you've got a TLO who sort of is the bridge between the SBST or the SMT and the learners themselves.
Okay. The SBST is a school-based support team.
Okay. There you have it. Please write it down, guys.
School-based support team. Then in a school situation, you will have a leader from the SMT, and the members of staff. In a primary school, it will be teachers. But I believe that in a high school, one of the learner representative will be part of that. And then there is a
So if I'm correct, it could be any one of them, since they're RCLs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in a high school, but in a primary school, because they're still minors, there is no representatives. Okay. And then you will have a safety officer who is responsible for all the safety issues that are taking place in the school. So everything that is happening at the school, it is reported into this coordinator of the school-based support team. But over and about that, the school should have had a relationship with the social workers. We call it adopt a social worker, adopt a cop, adopt a psychologist, and so on and so on. And it does not only end at the school, it goes further to the district office, where you have a district-based support team, which is supporting the school. So learners have access to that department.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
May I just elaborate? I also want to point it out to the leaders of the schools here. In a high school, you actually must attend the SGB meetings. You actually have a seat on the meeting, and you should ask nicely and kindly to be a part of that. And in such a meeting, it is a forum for you to bring any set problem to the table. Then furthermore, when there's obviously problems in a school, and in any school there will always be problems, there is a disciplinary process involving hearings. Now, the first step is that a learner that did something seriously wrong, he and his parents are called in to the school to see the SMT for guidance, to hear what's the problem, to assist. If it is a drug problem, assistance is offered. Then it's up to the learner to take the assistance or not. In this instance, for instance, if the learner was offered the assistance, he didn't take it, he continued with his behavior, that sort of thing, then there is a formal hearing governed by the SGB of the school, and after such a hearing, there can be a request to the Department of Education for the expulsion of such a learner. So there need to be very, very strict processes in a school.
Okay, thank you very much. I think just want to carry over. Do we as RCL, presidents and the like in our, in our schools, are we aware? I mean, do our schools have the set codes of conduct? Number one, but number two, do they also have certain guiding principles that we know should sort of be followed? Because I think in order for us to initiate some sort of leadership, especially with a particular set skill, etc., we need to have a particular sort of guideline. I think just like Mr. DeVet was saying that in order for a particular disciplinary hearing or channel to be had, something sort of needs to be followed. Do we have that? Have those been made? Have we familiarized ourselves, with those, especially as school leaders?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In my school, personally, yes, we do have it. We have a school code of conduct, which covers most of the things that if something has happened, we have a specific order of how do we approach this problem. And yes, we are familiar with it. My TLO at school makes sure that each and every Friday, or there's a day that we gather and we discuss, we give monthly feedback, and how have we seen the code of conduct.
Yeah, continue.
How are we seeing the school code of conduct working for us? And in most of my cases at school, it has worked for us tremendously and so beautifully, because I'm in a very remote school. Like, my school is in a very remote area, rather, of which there are less likely situations like banking schools really occurs, because we take buses to school. I travel 21 kilometers to and from school. So we don't have so much of problems that will need us to go back to the school code of conduct and check. But we are very familiar with it. We know, and I've made sure, as the president of the districts and the circuits, I've also made sure that and each and every circuit and district are also familiar with it. Yeah, that's for my side.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you once more for that question. What I want to emphasize is that at my school level, I've been in the RCL for more than 3 years now. I started off as the deputy secretary in 2021, and I was the secretary last year, and I was voted again for second term. So each year at my school level, we amend the code of conduct. So we look at the past year on how the code of conduct was working for us. Was it effective? Was it followed enough? Was it, effective enough? So the RCL, we carry the responsibility to ensure that the code of conduct is ethical, is inclusive, and also is working for ourselves. So the code of conduct at my school level, we familiarize with it. We in fact make sure that each and every Monday we read it at assembly point. So those are some of the measures that we have to implement to ensure that the code of conduct is not seen as that it's the supreme a supreme document or it's
leasing
a
document.
it's a supreme document. It's just that it has to be familiar. Yeah, that it's long.
Familiarized.
It's long. It's long. Yeah. So and once again at my school level, when it comes to disciplinary hearings, we are given almost 3 chances. The first one you would attend at the principal's office. The second one, the SGB will be present, and the third one you will be suspended not longer than a week. But then if you continue to commit that particular matter, then you'll be either expelled, but as overseen by the head of department at the provincial level. So we should familiarize ourselves with such act as the South African School Act of 1996. We should have them so that we keep ourselves informed and updated on such issues, so that because in some cases our principals might not be familiar with this kind of act, so that we have to guide them that no, you don't just suspend a learner from committing once that matter. You have to follow this disciplinary process. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Okay, so I like to go back to what the principal said. I made a statement that we didn't receive any training and such, which is a big problem. What he responded that digital, the internet, we can easily access things from the internet. So let's just quickly, a scenario, we move back. The RCLs was introduced later in the years. At first, they were not there. Who introduced the RCLs at first? Wasn't it the Department of Basic Education? So just tell me, how do you, as person, as department, introduce something whom do you not give the support and you do not give the training to? Just a question. Then on that, as a principal at your school, as you said, it's the duty. Have other duties. There are certain members like the TLOs, they are supposed to guide you and things like that, to have all those kind of stuff. Then as we heard here, from their schools they have the code of conduct, but the code of conduct contains certain acts and stuff. Not everyone has authority to know what that means and how to use it. So isn't training to be effectively by meaning you will know how to use it and such? We heard that at their school level, they know how to use the things and they have effective management strategies to work forward and stuff like that. But if we look at...
Definitely not why we became principals. Have a conscience. And I believe teachers are a specific species, a good person, basically. Please take that into account. Secondly, it's not the authority or the job of the Department of Education to guide the training. That is the responsibility of the principal of the school, that there is ample training for students. Your next question was, do the learners in my school understand the code of conduct? I can guarantee you an absolute yes. The moment you enroll into my school, with your application form when you accept it, you get a code of conduct. On the first days of orientation, you write an exam on that code of conduct. And then after that, in the life orientation periods, we actually teach and discuss the code of conduct. So a learner discuss the code of conduct on an annual basis.
Order, please.
And I really think that every learner understands it, and that especially the RCL is well equipped to enforce the rules and regulations of the code of conduct, which is rightfully revised on an annual basis. Would you like to add something, ma'am?
Yes, I want to say the code of conduct doesn't just start, or somewhere. It starts right at the school, where you have the internal whole school evaluation, and then you invite all stakeholders, including the district office, where you evaluate your school in all the 9 focus areas. That includes the code of conduct of learners. And then in that way, each and every member or people who bring their children to that particular school, they will know the code of conduct of that particular school. And then from there on, learners are trained, as they have said, on how, I mean, they become part and parcel, starting in the classrooms with their classroom rules. And those classroom rules build towards the school rules that the learners should follow. And there is no way that a learner can be in a school and not knowing the code of conduct of that particular school. Otherwise, that is the responsibility of the principal and also of the SGB. Because whenever there is a misconduct in the school, that is beyond. Because the issue that it is not can straight to the SGB. It starts with the teacher in the classroom when the learner misbehaves, has a particular behavior. It starts with the teacher. It doesn't just go straight to the SGB. And there are processes that need to be followed. So if that code of conduct is being, what can I say? It's been shared with everyone, then it will be easy for those learners in that particular school to follow and to behave and to know that if I do this, these are the implications. Before we even arrive there, you need to master and know what is it that I can and I cannot do in this school. And code of conduct differ from school to school, depending on what the community, it's also a community thing. It's not only for that particular school. Whatever that is happening in that school should also include the values of the community around that school. That's how I can.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In fact, that's why I actually brought the lens down to the code of conduct, because I think the panel earlier on spoke about, I think, policies that were too intricate and that were too general and that they needed to be quite specific to a particular context. I'll give Ona I think just a minute and then I'll give over to Justin. Is that okay? Yeah.
Ma'am, I think what you just said was absolutely brilliant. But what I wanted to ask is, are we equipped with that information? Are we given that knowledge, or are we just expected to know it? At the end of the day, we might be leaders, we might be RCLs, we might be everything, but at the end of the day, we are humans. We are humans. You cannot expect us to just know everything at that point. Are we being given this information? Are we being equipped with this, with the skills? Are we being the main topic of this conference? The main topic of this panel discussion, we should get to the point at the end of the day, because we're given the topic, but we're running around in circles talking about the information that we are not given at the end of the day. Are we equipped with that information?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Justin?
To build off of what my friend from the Eastern Cape has said, we have to remember that not all schools are the same. That every school goes through different procedures and every principal is different, and not every principal follows the exact same rules. And myself as well, I have a brilliant school, but we've never done a test on the code of conduct. So I'm not sure that can be something that we look at as a broad thing. That's a one school condition, but something that happens here in Gauteng may not happen in the Northern Cape. And we have to be mindful of that. And then I want to pose the question of what do we do in that case? Who do we go to when the principal doesn't assist us with the training and there is nothing being done on teaching us the code of conduct? Thank you.
What happens? Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. I think what I then would like to throw at everyone, especially I think the 5 learners, and I think the House is more than welcome to respond to this when I open the floor, is what are the key or critical skills needed to run a school or a student body today? And I'm speaking in the context of a 2024, which has got various things. Right now we've got issues surrounding GBV. We've got issues surrounding learner abuse based off of their sexuality. Racism is still a big part. Hair policies and policies that are unfair to children are still a big thing, and so on. So what are those critical key skills, especially ones that you yourselves need, not only to run your various schools, but I think to run the greater communities in which your schools are actually sort of set in. Yeah. So yeah, do we have any answers to that? Yes, ma'am.
Can I respond to their questions first?
Sure, no
Then
problem.
he will help. Yeah, it all starts with the SGB. RCL are members of the SGB. They are the ones who do the budget. But the budget starts down there. So that means in the high schools, because you have RCL, you also need to have your own budget that you will submit to the SGB, who's going to sit down and come up with a budget of the whole school. And RCL should be allocated a budget. Once they are elected, and then a training, a leadership camp should be organized, either by the school with the TLO, where those learners are going to be trained, where they will be equipped with the skills that are needed. Without a budget, there's nothing that can be done. They also need to have what we call the strategic planning. What are the challenges that our schools are faced with? And what is it that we can do as learner representatives to assist the school governance to address those issues that we are having? So that should be included in the budget. When we do our annual budget, the budget of RCL or development of learners, it's always included there.
Thank you very much, Mem Hlehla. I think just before Mr. Devet responds, I think I'd also like to throw in, because I think I do understand where they're coming from. What happens in an instance where you've got a school head, or a headmaster or headmistress, who continuously shuts out the RCL members or the RCL president, or the one who's supposed to have that seat on the SGB, out of meetings, and does not even share something as simple as an agenda. I know there are schools, for example, that are so transparent that they will tell you how they came down to having their school fees go up by like 2 or 8% this year and so on, and they'll have all those intricacies, to schools where they'll just go, look, we're not gonna tell anybody, and we're kind of keeping it to ourselves as the SGB, and not even a single RCL member is, gets to know, and so on. What happens in that regard, and what is it that they are supposed to do should that be the instance at their own schools? Because they're here representing districts and provinces, and they need to go and share this information with other people and other children who haven't had the opportunity to come here to say, look, guys, listen, should you be denied the seat at that table, do know that, listen, it is illegal. Do know that, you do have the right to report and do X, Y, Z. What is it that they need to do? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you to the young man for the question. There is actually a process regarding that. You first obviously do go to the principal, and if what you said happens, then you would go to one of the deputy principals and or one of the HODs or grade managers if you have such a system in school. Now, but those people still need the go-ahead from the principal. If it still don't happen, you speak to the chairperson of the SGB. Also, I would use my seat on the SGB to have that request actually minuted, and then you can always go back and refer to that. I would be a bit clever. I would go to a neighboring school, or you can contact me. I will forward you my code of conduct. Go to a neighboring school. Present the principal with a basic code of conduct to help him with his work, or the grade manager or the HOD. But if your request is about after 2 or 3 meetings not adhered to in the SGB, then you go to the front office, you get the cell phone number of the IDSO of the school or the circuit manager, and you write her the nicest possible note. She or he will instruct the principal with a due date to actually create a code of conduct. Regarding the understanding of a code of conduct, that is imperative that every learner do understand it, as I referred to earlier. One other system we have at my school, every person is different. I don't tolerate any late coming. In my school, there's a 0.01% learners late on a daily basis, not more than 10 out of 2,000 learners. If you are late today, your parents get an email, you sit detention the next afternoon. During that detention, you write a test on a code of conduct, and you repeat your detentions until you got an 80% mark for that exam. So there's many ways to enforce those kind of things. You just need to be a bit creative.
Order.
I hope
The
I've
headmaster
answered
is
the question.
speaking. Thank
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions? I think we'll start on this side. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll take a round of 3. Okay, and then we'll get responses, and then I'll go around. Don't worry, guys. I'll give you your time.
Greetings to all. I standing is Oyena Bongo from the Eastern Cape. In regards of the code of conduct, 2 years ago at my school, we actually rearranged the code of conduct in order to include the members of the LGBTQ communication. In a sense of, shout out to my friend Liza Lisekile Ngele. She was not comfortable wearing tunic or a skirt at school, so she approached the RCL board saying that she needs help with the problem. So what we did, we took the problem, we went to the principal and we said, okay, ma'am, this is the problem. There are people who, we cannot run away from the conversation of LGBTQ plus community members. So there's a student that needs help with this, that is not comfortable in wearing this tunic or skirt. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna implement a solution where if you are not comfortable in wearing a tunic and you're a member of the community, then you can wear trousers, and but under one condition, that you have to follow the rules of the gender that you are wearing under. For example, you have to cut your hair if you're gonna wear trousers and all of that. So that was from me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll go, Ms. Bembe.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Brighton Diketi, RCL President at Tlamila Secondary School, representing Northern Cape at national level. You know, the world is changing, and within that, I have 2 questions for the principals. So this one is directed to the male principal. So, Menir, how can RCLs develop the emotional intelligence and empathy needed to lead in a diverse and globalized world? And then this one is directed for the female principal. Is that what strategies can RCLs use to address power imbalance and promote social justice globally, so as presiding officers? Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last one, and we'll get responses.
Greetings, everyone. I am Charity Ntuli. I'm Secretary of Gauteng Province. So, I'm not very good with names, but Honorable, I wanted to ask you something. As you stated that you were not trained as an RCL, and that means that every duty or implementation initiative that you do, you are doing it according to your knowledge or what you think is right. So I want to ask that, as an honorable leader, what measures have you taken in making sure or in order for you to get trained? Thank you.
Thank you, Sompisi. Okay, can we get a response, please?
Right, I think mine is the first one. Thank you for the question. It was, how do emotional intelligence for leaders? Now, I can only speak for my school. In my school, when after the elections, there is a whole induction program where there is a psychologist and further specialists and professionals that actually train the RCL of the school, and that is an ongoing process throughout the year of the RCL duties. Then also, there is publications in this regard, and I have a teacher responsible for that, and then we use the expertise of the psychologists of the Department of Education that actually do have such programs available for each and every school. Please go and talk to your principal and ask if you may have the benefit of these programs. But the school should initiate this. The principal should initiate this, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay, I didn't get your question. Just repeat it. Yeah, I think what RCL can focus on, it should be collaboration. And it needs to start right where you are before you go globally. We need to start in our schools and make sure that in our schools we develop each and every one. We expose them to we are living right now in a digital world. We expose them, we train them before we can expand outside. Outside our areas. That will assist to make more young people exposed, to the world out there. So the first thing that you need to start is to make sure that you have those gadgets, you have those, you have laptops, you have tablets, and there are cell phones in the school that can enable you to be able to reach the world out there. Because without those devices, it's going to be difficult for you. So we need to start by making sure that we are equipping our schools with the technological devices so that we can be able to reach the world out there. But we need to start from home using the word of mouth so that we are able to reach even the poor.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, it's okay. Esteemed RCL member, a reply on that. I'm going to use what the female principal just said and turn it into a bit of a scenario to answer your question. Just imagine the fact that your school has no technology. Here comes the Department of Education, they give 2 laptops, let's say 2 computers to your school. You have like a passion, you want to try a laptop out, you have like everything in yourself to go for that laptop, but you don't know how to use that laptop, which means is that you are being given the laptop, but you don't know how to use it, but just your utmost desires lets you take the laptop. It's the same as this. I am being given this position as RCL. I don't know what is there, but just because of my leadership skills, I accepted the position and I took it. But you know that you don't know how that laptop. You are going to go. You are going to make sure that someone gets your attention to make you know how to use that laptop. It's the same as this. The small problem I had at school level, here I am today and I'm raising this matter at national level. So just tell me with the reply, isn't this enough for the problem that I need training on how to use this? I'm even bringing it up on national level, a school level problem that I did not get. So that's enough, I think, for me to do.
Greetings, everyone in the house. First of all, before I start, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Floyd Changwoto from Northwest Province. And before I start again, I'm going to tell you guys, please, excuse my English. I'm not good with this language because it's not my mother's tongue. Yeah, my question goes straight to the president of Mpumalanga Province. I heard him saying that if a learner does or do something against this school or against their school conduct, they expel that particular learner. And that thing now, it comes to my from my own opinion, I think by them doing that, they're violating the Constitution, which says that in the Constitution, section 29, subsection 1A, it says that everyone has the right to basic education. And now, by them expelling learners from that school because they've done something, I think they're violating the constitution. And again, I think the DBE, they've come with a solution on that. The DBE say that on expulsion, they say that only the provincial head of Department of Education, that the only ones who are responsible for expelling a learner from a school, not the school principal or the school RCL. So please, guys, go and correct that.
Okay, just a second. I'll come to here and then I'll come in the middle. There'll be another round, guys. Just a second.
The question that was asked here were too many. So like I'm gonna answer that Say asked about what skill do we need to have a strong body of school governing. We just need good communication skills. When we have that, we are able to communicate with learners and students or everybody smoothly. And when it comes to those RCLs who given portfolios without being trained, I think they should contact the organization that called Colamba, which is responsible and training learners to be the RCL members. Thank you.
Greetings, honorables. Sir, this is a question for you. In your school, we can see that support is a big thing for RCLs, and it's really good to hear that. But I know in this room there are many RCLs that are not supported in schools. They're not allowed in SGB meetings. They're entirely excluded in a school. My secretary in my district is struggling with the exact same thing. Now I ask, how do we as children address principle about this issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we'll give some response time for that. And then I think if there is a representative from the Department of Basic Education to also, I think just to give guidance surrounding that last question, they're more than welcome to respond. Thank you.
If I may start with the last question, I deeply sympathize with you. And I'm well aware of the fact that that does happen. What you need to do is the following. Once again, in the nicest possible way, go and have a meeting with your principal. Address the issue. Be persistent. If that don't work, you go to the next person in line, one of the deputies. If that don't work, you find out who's the chairperson of the SGB, make an appointment with that person and insist on your rights. You are well with, Alina's just seen me the week before school starts with something else that he wanted. You are well within your rights to ask almost anything at a school. Then if it is within the law, the principals more or less will be advised to do the right thing. And most principals will want to do the right thing, I believe. But if he or she perhaps don't want to, then you actually have to force the issue. And you can. You enforce that by then contacting the Department of Education. The right person will be the IDSO of the school. And the secretary of the school will and must give you that person's number. You can either email the person or you can make an appointment with that person. And I promise you, when learners or parents ask something, the department acts swiftly. When principals ask something, not so much always. So you actually have a path, and I want to wish you well with that process. Be persistent, it can happen. Before this gentleman answer his question to that learner, I want to point out to you, young man, every child in the school have a right to education. And if any learner in a classroom take away the right of the education of the rest, he or she will be expelled. I can also advise you that the principal have the right to send any learner home for 5 days at any time under home supervision until there's a hearing. It is a legal process that hearing takes place, and after the hearing has taken place, there is a legal process, and the Department of Education has a certain amount of time to answer the school on the request for expulsion. Another point to take into consideration, sir, is the following. No learner, according to the law, is allowed to be on school premises under the influence of any illegal substance. So if you test positive for dagga in my school, you go home and or to a clinic until you test negative.
Thank you,
Right,
Mr. DeWet.
Okay, I would like to say, and I sympathize with those schools where the governance policy is violated. That is totally wrong. And I think that please use your TLOs who are there to make sure that the governing body functions as a collective in a school. If indeed there are SGB meetings that sit without a learner representatives in a high school, that is totally wrong and it needs to be corrected. So when you leave here, your task is to go back with your TLO and sit down with the principal and the chairperson of that SGB and correct it. Otherwise, that SGB, I'm sorry to say that, is not an SGB. It needs to be dismantled because it is not constitutionally constituted. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Let me answer you. Let me call you Honorable RCL. If you have been paying attention to what I've just mentioned a few minutes ago, I said you are given 3 counts. If you continue to commit the same violation, on the third time, therefore you will be expelled, you will be suspended, and there'll be a request to the HOD at a provincial level for expulsion. So that's what I've just mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so like another round. Oh, you.
Thank you.
No.
As I'm sitting here, I see most of you, ne? And I can see that 70% of the learners are concentrated. The other ones are on their phones. Reason, this is why such questions will come up. It means it emerges. If you are dealing with this one, the other one emerges. And we are deviating away from what you are here for. I only heard that guy from Eastern Cape. He talked about good communication skills. He's the only one who spoke about what we are here for. Because now, if we are going to speak about this, then the other one is emerging. We are deviating away from the topic. I've seen it here, and I haven't learned anything about the skills and the knowledge that I must have. And another thing, just to add to you, my brother, I think we learned this in grade 4. A right goes with a responsibility. As much as we have a right to education, we have a responsibility. You get my point? So please, guys, let's stay concentrated. And I know most of us are burning right now. We want to ask questions based on our school levels. So the facilitators, you have the power to be like, no, I'm only taking 2 questions, because you can see that these people are like, question. And at the end of the day, the time is ticking. It's not on our side. We are not going to be speaking about what we came here for. Please, I beg with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think all contributions are actually quite important, like the next question up here. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Matlala Tinyiko representing Gauteng. Now, sir, my question goes to you. You mentioned that the school has the SBST, which is the school-based support team. And you also mentioned that they form necessary relations with parties of interest, such as the police station, meaning adopt a cop, if I heard correctly, and also adopt a social worker. Now, are the social workers stay in social workers, meaning they are on the school grounds daily, or if they are not stay in social workers? Now, in cases where they are not stay in social workers, meaning they are not on the school ground daily, meaning we contact the social worker when we need them, forgetting that social workers or counselors, forgetting that emotions are frequent and such problems
Okay. So, in cases whereby we find that they are not stay-in social workers and the learners are unaware of such a process and they are not quite effective, what do you do then as the SBST? Do you then adopt another social worker?
Thank you.
You do. Greetings to you all. Lord knows I've waited for this chance. Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Standing before you is Confidence from Northwest. I have a question. This goes to all RCL members. I'm not looking on that aspect. Right. We asked, who do we go to, right? Problems have been pointed towards the Department of Education, forgetting that in 1976, we actually had learners who did not have protection, learners who went with their will, learners who actually advocated for what was right when they saw what was wrong. So why can't we do the same? Why are we pointing out to the Department of Education to actually do something when we are actually the vessels of learners? We are supposed to be representing the learners. We are the ones that are supposed to come up with the concerns. We are the ones that are supposed to tell the Department of Education how to attack a certain issue. We cannot expect them to come up with antiquated measures to deal with certain challenges that we are facing now. These are old people. No offense to the Department of Education. These are actually old people in the Department of Education. And we are the young generation that are facing the current challenges. So why can't we be the innovative ones to come up with a situation and propose it to them instead of asking them to give us their antiquated measures?
All right. I'll give over to Ms. Bembe. We've got a question on that side, I think.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
My name is Thando Ngigwe. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Western Province RCL. The first thing we as RCL members need to take into consideration is that we cannot make everyone happy. That's the first thing we have to take into consideration. We can point out the certain gaps we see. We can report it to the district, provincial, national. It doesn't matter. We cannot make everyone happy. The question I have is that I represent the Alson schools. Now, Alson's is learners with special educational needs. I stand here being a physically disabled student. I'm an amputee, but it doesn't make who I am. Who I am is who I speak about and who I represent. Another thing is we have a lot of challenges, specifically me. When we see a certain gap in the educational sector, which is the Alson schools, we can't necessarily have the same protocol as someone who represents mainstream schools. The thing is, we have the information, we have the knowledge and stuff, but we struggle to report to the appropriate person or the person that's needed for the situation. And I see it also that we're not mentioned enough, we're not aware, and we're not represented enough. The only thing I'm asking, or the question I'm exactly asking is, what do we do, or what do I do in that situation? Because there's a child in a school who has a disability, and he or she is struggling. And I can't tend to that because I myself have those challenges, which is not having the correct person or the correct department or whatever to bring this matter to. What do we do? What do I do? What does Jan Kriel Par School, what does Vista Nova School of Skills do? Thank you.
Okay. To make a statement on what Mr. Principal has said on this side and a question posed by the floor, I love your perspective and your view on how we can solve things. But I think we need to be a little more realistic, and we need to understand that not everybody's conditions are the same. And we really need to think more about the learner. And we cannot tell a learner that they must fight before they can represent someone. We are moving forwards, not backwards. So I think it's really important that for equality, we need to go and we need to develop ourselves and the education as a whole. So it's something that might be unpopular, but I'd like to challenge the Department of Basic Education. Why is the RCL not in LO? LO is a subject that talks about democracy. However, the Representative Council of Learners is not mentioned whatsoever. LO is a subject that talks about leadership. However, it doesn't mention how juniors and youth can lead. That, to me, does not make any sense whatsoever. So I'd like to challenge the DBE on that, on why the RCL is not mentioned. Why can we not educate every student on the RCL so that they know how to lead and they're equipped to lead without having to send 3,000 emails and without having to fight before they can walk? Thank you.
Okay. So on that, I would just like to reply to the esteemed member that said there about, also no offense, just repeating, that we are the young leaders, the innovators. Why don't we make the effort to make a change? The people in Department of Basic Education are old people, no offense. But if we look at it, we are here today because of the old people. The old people are the ones with power. So we can't basically do anything without them. It's fine. They are there to guide us. They know what it takes to become leaders. They know what it is to be successful leaders in life. But for us, we have to be under their guidance. They still have to support us. So you understand. And Mr. Principal, really, you know what? I see that you are a very respected man, and I acknowledge you. I respect you. But you see, everything according to your school, it's on standard. Everything it's high and so forth, because that's the reason, like, you are highly under supervision. You are on, I think, national level. You are highly with your school. So he's far more progressed. Then if you look at a principal for my school, if you look at that, I mean, like, for such a type of principal to compare to this principal here, it's a big indifference. So everything will, because there is supervision there, but this principal here underneath, if he's going in the wrong direction, there's no one to guide him. That principal there has a reputation, has everything. So the moment he takes a wrong step off the road, of course there will be something to put him on the right road again. So if you could just, as I mentioned earlier on, national, make sure the progress at provincial is fine. Provincial go down to district, then to circuits, then to school. Then why wouldn't it balance? So if in that chain somewhere there is a misaction or thing like that, then the whole system will be like it is.
Thank you. Last two.
A reply to confidence. Confidence or confident, Wena. You're very confident. I like that. Coming to your question, or rather your statement, it was very powerful. I really acknowledge you. But I would like the floor to bear in mind that we cannot build a house without a foundation. No matter how hard we try, no matter how hard we fight, no matter how hard we want to strive, we cannot build a house with no foundation. So I don't want us to disregard the elders in the house, or and also I'd like to fix, let's not say they are old. They are not old, they're elders. Yes, they're experienced. Woo! So I would like to remind you guys that you cannot build a house with no
foundation.
Thank you. And also, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, repeating one thing over and over again, but I want closure. To the principals over here. To make this simple, I would like to request, I respect you, but I would like to highly request for just a simple answer, yes or no. Are we being provided with the necessary things so that we can be able to lead our schools? Simple, just yes or no.
Okay, order, please. Thank you. We're still in conference.
I can undoubtedly say in my school an absolute yes, madam. In my school. Schools differ, I acknowledge that. That coincides with your statement. I want to tell you something about my school. When I take over as principal there were a mere 500 kids in that school. So it was an underperforming school that was taken to a highly performing school. The Department of Education don't reflect on me, they actually reflect on me less, because my pass rate is above average. So your perception is wrong. The Department of Education, in their defense, make a huge effort with so-called underperforming schools. I have assisted the Department of Education with an underperforming school to align them, So that, and the principles there really account. Luckily for me, I was not in one of the accounting sessions of the HOD, but there you are, as a principal, cut to pieces if things in your school is not correct. The Department of Education do try, but our education system is also unfortunately politicized, and that brings problems. So we don't live in a perfect world. I hope I gave you some perspective. Can I, while I have the microphone, to the lady over there? Okay, now you're going to say it's my school, but my school we have a psychologist. But if you don't have it, the Department of Education do have trained psychologists, and they do assist. Every district has a whole complement of psychologists. What you do, there must be a teacher responsible for that system. You go to him or her and you ask them that you would like to see the psychologist. But even though we have a person on standby, if a learner my door is open for my students. If they come to me with a serious problem, out of school fees, I send them to a private psychologist so that the issue can be addressed. There was something else. Oh, then we have a system, a mentor system. A mentor system worked like this. Every teacher in the school take a group of about 20 learners. Females take females and the male staff take males. The learners are represented in every grade. In other words, in every mentor system, there's a learner or 3 learners from every grade. They are in that same group for 5 years. As the grade 8s come in, the grade 12s leave. Under the hospice of the teacher, the grade 12s take the leadership there. And even though we said we must learn from the elders, I call it the experienced people, learners also talk perhaps more freely to their peers in those groups, especially because we meet every Wednesday morning and you stay in the same group for 5 years. And the learners that are in the senior grades can actually help, especially the juniors, with their challenges, especially when you enter in grade 8. That's something that you as RCL members, a proposal that you can perhaps take forward to your school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the RCLs, like I think, just 1 minute of closing, and then we'll just wrap this very session up. Thank you. Over to you. Starting with you, sir.
Thank you very much
1
for this
minute.
opportunity. I've been dying to get this one. So, the topic says, equipping learners with skills and knowledge for a changing world. How is the world changing? That is our question. It's changing in terms of the 4th industrial revolution. What do we need in order for us to survive in the 4th industrial revolution? That is, we need critical thinking.